giving. What is this a feeling? If you want to live, I'm ready.
We've got to fight to give up who we are. So let's raise a bar and up cast to the stars.
She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky. 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 We're up all night to get lucky.
We're up all night to get. 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 We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
She's up all night to the sun. I'm up all night to get some. She's up all night for good fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to the sun. We're up all night to get some. We're up all night for good fun. We're up all night to get lucky.
We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky.
Yeah. Turn this way.
Y'all ready for this? ready for this? Y'all ready for this?
Yo, 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 yo! How's it going, party people?
Oh yeah, we about to make you jump. Are you ready? Jump, everybody, jump, everybody, jump, 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 everybody, jump, 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 Are you ready?
Hey, party people! Hey, party people! Party people is my favorite gender-inclusive way to refer to a group of people. Ladies and gentlemen, that's old and tired. Party people, that's where it's at. We got the question box open, folks. We're gonna be taking some questions today. Come and get your mental health here. Mental health here. Come and get your mental health here. Chat, let me tell you about what I've been doing lately. Oops, that's the wrong. Oh god, my camera. Hold on. I need to turn on my There we go. Let me tell you about my latest hobby. I go on Twitter with an account where I pretend to be a 50-year-old former Republican, and I help to deprogram brainwashed Republicans. I help to show them the light by speaking their language. I like to think that that's me doing the Lord's work. It's my community service. I do that, and then I bully right-wing bootlickers. Sometimes you just gotta call a pedophile protector a pedophile protector. It's good for your mental health.
Let's take a relaxing break and leave cyber stress behind. Come with me to a clearing, a stream, a mountaintop, and finally to outer space. At each stop in our journey, I will share with you methods that may help you relieve the physical and mental stress that comes from long hours at your computer. Feel your serpent within, suspended now between the sky and the earth. And imagine your favorite mountain. Could be a hill, any high place where you like to be. Around and around and around. Now reverse it, coming in, in, in. Tickling is a wonderful way to relieve tension.
One of my favorite HR-required videos was at Publix and was
I thank
about a
you for
potential
moving
store
with me
shooting.
From place to place. I hope you will continue to visit these places and incorporate
I need to
them
do some
into
digging.
your workday. And remember,
I need to do some digging.
relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks. Relax, take breaks.
Was it Run, Hide, Fight? This one's one of the main ones. Or did they make their own? I found a Reddit thread about the Publix shooter training video. It said, I laughed when all the associates beat the shit out of the guy. I need to find this video. This sounds awesome.
And he prays. Oh my God, I pray. I pray to see your face.
There's so many wild training videos out there that the public will never get to see because they're locked in some HR filing cabinet somewhere on a VHS tape. And that makes me really sad. Or it makes me sad. I'm thinking of, you know, just they have all these little scripted scenes and they're always just so over the top and corny. OPV, thank you for the 29 months.
And you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile. And you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. And you may ask yourself, well,
Yeah, like the workplace sexual harassment training videos, it's the examples they give is just like stuff that doesn't really happen in a workplace. A lot of what goes on as far as like sexual harassment in a workplace, it tends to be much more subtle. There are overt acts, but I feel like most people don't just walk around acting like they live in a cave. It's just some guy in the copy room and he's like, "Hey, sugar tits, nice cans." It's like, this is inappropriate. This is sexual harassment. Let's talk about what Dale did wrong. It just feels like all of the modern, like, the training videos from that era, they just feel like they were trained on, like, workplace data from the 1950s.
same as it ever was. 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 Same as it ever was.
In that training video, the shooter breaks into a room full of employees and they use a fire extinguisher, mop, and other items to beat the shit out of the guy. Nice. Never underestimate the strategic advantage that just throwing something straight at somebody's face can give you.
Where does that highway go to? And you may ask yourself, am I right? Am I
In a video game, of course.
say to yourself, my God, what have I done?
The anti-corruption ones. Yeah, the anti-corruption videos where they give you an example that's like straight out of a cartoon, when in reality the actual corruption is a bit more sophisticated than that. Like having a website where you can bet money on political and world events and then hedging those bets. Like, ooh, how many times is Elon Musk gonna tweet today? It's just wild how flagrant and out in the open they are with corruption these days. As if they even punish people that commit corporate and upper class fraud. Of course they don't. Because they're the ones who are in charge of punishing themselves. Kind of like how Congress gets to determine their own pay rate. You know what I think? I think politicians should get paid minimum wage. If that's not enough to live, then raise the minimum wage. If you're gonna be a public servant, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's fucking do it. See how quick shit gets changed. If you're a public servant, you have to live in public housing. And you get paid minimum wage. There are legit socialist parties here who have that as their policies. It's my policy as well. I agree with that policy. Because I feel like nothing would get things fixed faster than if the people who wrote the legislation, the people who wrote the laws, if they actually were subjected to those laws, instead of living in their little bubble where they do all their insider trading and get their subsidized healthcare and then complain that they don't get paid enough, so they give themselves another raise. We've just been conditioned to believe that having a congressional body that has like a 20% approval rating is normal. Doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. Chat, we're taking questions from the box today. How am I? I've got a plate full of chicken chunks, some French fries, so I'm doing pretty good. My monkey brain is content. Give my monkey brain a chicken tender. It's set. Instead of capital punishment for billionaires, yeah, I feel like make them work. I feel like that should be their punishment. You have to work customer service for the next 20 years. That's gonna be how you repay society for all of the damage that you've caused. You have to work in customer service. I have to admit that working in customer service was probably one of the major contributing factors in my political radicalization. Anybody who's ever had to work in retail or in the food service industry, just like any of the service industries, that shit'll help you wake up real quick. That's why they make it so that you have to work 3 jobs in order to survive, because they don't want you to have enough free time to sit down and think about how hard they're fucking you. Hey. I had my mom recently ask me about it, and it was, I saw how people around me were living, and that doing even the shit they're meant to do wasn't helping them at all. Yeah, you do everything that they tell you to do, and that will put you right where they want you to be. If you do everything that they tell you to do, they're gonna have you right where they want you. Like, yeah, let me do everything that they tell me, and they is the people who are just so excited about blowing up civilians. Like, I'm gonna let them tell me what I need to do to live my life? Why? Somebody explain it to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Hmm. Hmm. We'll be taking questions today, chat. I'm here to help. Has it been 6 months since you last did a stream? It's been a little while. I don't know if it's been a full 6 months. I think it was closer to 4 months. We were remodeling the basement. We had some family move in. We needed to make a livable space and added in a bathroom and stuff. Smells like dog back here? It's probably me. Hey, Goobins, thanks for the 20 months. Oh, we're back. Oh, we're back. And I'm here to help, so if there's anything that's on your mind, anything you want to chat about, anything that you're trying to figure out, anything that you've been trying to work through, or maybe you've got some W's that you'd like to share, that's always nice too. Oh, Goobins is doing great. Why would you be mad at Goobins? Should I ask them?
Yes, because they're not VIP.
My garage door broke a few weeks ago, and I fixed it by myself. The satisfaction of finishing that job put me on a high for days. Doesn't it feel nice to do stuff? Especially stuff that you're like, I don't know if I can do this. You know what we call that? We call that momentum. When it comes to feeling good, physically, mentally, spiritually, I find that it's nice to have some momentum. A hype train? I think I need to adjust my sensitivity for a hype train going off because it's too sensitive. You got triggered too early. We're all still just getting here. It's too sensitive. OPV with the 5 gifted. Let's go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can anybody match that vibe? OPV's got the most PV that I've ever seen. Good advice I got once: movement precedes momentum. Yep. That's how you get momentum going. You just gotta start doing stuff. Even if it's just something really small. You know, like, let's give the example of, you know, maybe you've just been feeling down. It's been harder to get out of bed. You've kind of just been maybe just laying out on the couch, just feeling very lethargic. And in the back of your mind, you got all these thoughts of all this stuff you need to get done. Just do a little thing. That will lead into the next little thing. Even if it's just sitting up. Even if it's just taking a shower. Doing a little bit of tidying up, you know? The paradox of this is that actually doing things helps you to feel more energized to do more things. Like, oh, I can't do anything, I'm just too exhausted. Oh, Antisocial Grace, thank you for the 3 months. Thanks for the Prime sub. Tidying up. Mm-hmm. As long as you don't live with a bunch of small children, or a bunch of grown children, it's not too difficult to stay on top of cleaning up once it's cleaned up already. Then it's just maintenance. Then it's just putting things where the things need to go. Wiping up the occasional spill. Anonymous, thank you for that gifted sub. Amatapa's Light, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. Mike was talking about something earlier, and hold on, I'm gonna pull it up because I need to talk about this real quick. This guy that was on the news and everybody says it looks like he was wearing a mask. I'm sure you've seen this, it's been all over the place. If you haven't, this guy was on Fox News and people have been talking about it because he's got this really weird, like, part where it's like the shadows just are very strange and it gives the impression that he's wearing some sort of face mask. And so Mike was talking about this, and he was like, well, where's the conspiracy? People are just pointing it out and saying that he's wearing a mask. Where's the conspiracy? It's like, I've got one for you. It's a lizard person. We've been taken over. We're being invaded by the reptilians. We've known it for a long time, folks. They've been here. The reptilians are here, folks. They've infiltrated the highest levels of our government. They're cold-blooded. They just want to lay on the rock in the sun and eat all of your meat. Call me weird, but some people just do feel like they are reptilian. Because there's an evolutionary feature of the human mind, and this is actually something that exists outside of just humans. Most species have this same thing, and that is You recognize members of your own species. You know, birds recognize other birds, dogs recognize other dogs, humans recognize other humans, but then there's some people I look at you and it's like my human sense isn't going off. I get this, instead, what I'm replaced with is this unsettling feeling in the pit of my stomach, some sort of ancestral, instinctual response to fight or flee because you're going to eat me. You're looking at me like I'm a piece of meat. You're something to be consumed. It's just the feeling that I get when I look at people like Peter Thiel, Larry Ellison, any of these technocrats, Sam Altman, you know, any of these technocrats. I'm just like, it sets off my alarm bells. I don't know, it's like billions of years of evolutionary success have very rarely led me wrong. Like, how are you going to start a company that's named after the thing that led to the corruption and downfall of mankind? Like that, like, what? Palantir? It's from the Lord of the Rings, and it's the name of these, like, mystical rocks that allowed people to communicate from long distances, but then they end up getting corrupted, and they allow the Dark Lord to influence humans. I'm like, and that's what you want to name your company? That's crazy. Oh shit, I got this awesome frog. Look at that. That's sick. Anyway, that's where I'm at. Back in the day, they used to call you crazy if you said you believed in lizard people, but I'm like, I'm not so sure, man. These people seem like they are on the fast track to eradicating a large amount of human life and enslaving what is left. That's where it feels like we're headed. Like, all of these instances of war and famine and starvation that you're seeing out in the world, I feel like that's just a test run for what's to come. So lock in! That's where revolutionary optimism comes in. I believe that we will win. Ever seen A Bug's Life? We're the ants. And we're getting fucked around by the grasshoppers, alright? But the grasshoppers know that if the ants wake the fuck up and lock the fuck in, they don't stand a chance. So find a way to do your part. One of the things that I like to do is use a burner Twitter account where I roleplay as a converted 50-year-old, like a 50-year-old Christian conservative who is woke now. They've seen the light. And then I can help other people in that position see the light as well, because I can speak their language. We will win, though. I believe that we will win. Yep, exactly. I'm helping people see the light. I'm helping people who are like, I voted for Trump 3 times and never again. I'm like, normally you might want to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you vote for him 3 times? He's been terrible the entire fucking time. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's not gonna work. That's just gonna make them shut down. If you want to help these people, you have to recognize they've been brainwashed. They've been propagandized. There are billions and billions of dollars pumped into propaganda. People are gonna fall for that shit. And so when they start to wake the fuck up, try not to be too rude. But no, there are a lot of people on the conservative side who are very upset about neocons and people who promote Christian virtues but are not Christian whatsoever. Pretty much the last dregs of support that the Republican Party has as far as Donald Trump is concerned are the evangelical Christians. And then some other, like, pretty out there Christian groups like the Pentecostals and shit. Just like very like fire and brimstone, speaking in tongues, trying to see the end of days. Like they're excited for the end of days to come because they want to float up to heaven. We just stand a far better chance of success if we're all working together. Because it's not left versus right anymore, it's up versus down. It's the many versus the money. How are we doing this fine day? I'm just on a political soapbox while I wait for some questions to come in. You know how it is. Just embracing my political self. What I'm thinking I want to try to do is find out who the most ineffective, corrupt, unpopular city council person is, and then try to run them out of office. Maybe even steal their seat, who knows. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. I have a question. Is it bad that I come to streams only when something is troubling me? No. It's like saying, hey, is it bad that I only go to the refrigerator when I'm hungry? No. Is it a bad thing that I only go to the bathroom when I have to go to the bathroom? No. I'm not comparing this stream to a bathroom, but feel free to let some shit out. In a metaphorical sense, of course. I'd be a funny fucking politician, let me just say. Because a lot of these establishment politicians are very all about decorum and stuff, but I would be talking so much shit. Psychoanalyzing my campaign opponents. Last few years shown that's what people apparently want. Yeah, people. We keep voting in reality TV stars. People just want to be entertained. At least in America. America, we love to watch TV and eat cheeseburgers. I mean, just when you're thinking about America, you know, you got the national pastime, baseball, the slowest sport outside of like golf, a sport that just allows you to consume as many hot dogs and drink as much beer as possible over a 4-hour span. I wonder if people's necks get sore after they go to a live tennis match. Just having to be like this all day. What is it with Westerners and sports that take up a shit ton of land and natural resources? Hey, that's what I say. I think golf is dumb. Like, you worried about people wasting water? Let's talk about all those golf courses in California. I think we should honestly see more attention given to fighting robot sports, you know? I feel like BattleBots should be as big as the Super Bowl. BattleBots as a kid was so fun to watch. It never stopped being fun. It never stopped being fun. They brought it back, and I think it's still going, or there's multiple robot fighting leagues now. It's still out there. Isn't BattleBots just crowdsourcing making the most effective killing machine? Those are the most boring robots to watch. The most fun robots to watch are the ones that have a goofy gimmick. Like everybody at this point, you know, there's a meta in the fighting robot arena. It's like certain things are very strong. If you can flip the other robot over, or if you have something that just spins around you at high speed, just throws things with sheer centrifugal force. It's like, no, that stuff is exciting from time to time, but they're actually some of the most boring robots to watch. If anything, what's fun is to watch people come up with funny gimmicks to counter those strategies. That's where the real fun is. I've just always been a supporter of the rule of cool. You know what I mean? I would rather things be cool than always follow the best strategy, or, you know what I mean? It's like, min-maxing. It's like, I don't want my game to feel like an Excel sheet, you know? Some people like it though. Some people like to play the Excel spreadsheet type games, or to play games completely min-maxed. But you know, as long as you're having fun, that's all I care about. You're having a good time. All right. We're in the zone. We're ready to start taking some questions. I'm feeling a lot better. I've been getting over a cold. I'm most of the way cleared out now. Nice. Feels good. I still have to blow my nose a little bit every once in a while. Alright, we're ready to party. Hello. Hey, how's it going? I'd like to hear your advice on what I should do in a situation I'm currently in. Months ago, I met a girl. I liked her, but soon got to know that she has a partner. No big deal, we can still be friends. But recently, I've noticed a big change in her behavior around me. Like avoiding, ignoring me, less energy around me. That is, until she asked me to make a bracelet for her. I already made her one before, so she knows that I know how to do it. She was basically begging for it, made it, gave it, no problem. Basically immediately after that, completely ignoring me, standing right next to her. Not a word. We go to the same school, by the way. And it's been like this for a few weeks. Today, we were in line in a store. I was right behind her, not saying a word to her, basically ignoring, until she turned around and hit my arm. I didn't say anything. That was just it. Thank you for your opinion. You know, we never know what it is that people are going through, so it's hard to say why your friend would be treating you this way. My advice would be friendly with your friends for as long as you feel comfortable to do so. We know that sometimes people can have bad intentions for us. We know that sometimes people might not have our best interests at heart. But it's also important to remember that nobody's perfect, and that sometimes these types of bumps or these types of hurdles in a relationship can allow you something to work through. It can allow the relationship to actually get stronger because you're able to talk about how these things make you feel, how you treat one another, time you spend together. So what I would say is, if it's your friend, it's worth talking about and just seeing what's up. Like, hey, I've just noticed that, you've been feeling kind of distant lately. Is everything okay? Because you never know. They might be going through it with something else in their life. They might have other things on their mind. We don't want to immediately jump to, they secretly hate me. They're just using me. Because if that's the answer that we immediately jump to, and I'm not saying that couldn't be the case, that could be the case, but we can do some detective work before we arrive at that conclusion. I like to give friends the benefit of the doubt because they are also trying their best to navigate this human life. And sometimes that life is confusing, sometimes that life is overwhelming, sometimes we just feel like we don't have enough in the tank. Sometimes we need to lean on people, sometimes other people need to lean on us. So if this is your friend and you care about them, just let them know what you're feeling. You've been kind of distant lately. Hope you're doing okay. Is there anything you want to talk about? How they respond to that will give you some insight into what's actually going on. And as long as they're not being like overtly hostile to you, because sometimes people will do that. If you were to come to them and be like, hey, I hope you're doing all right. You've been kind of distant. I'm here for you. If they respond in a very negative way, like, who do you think you are? You think you know me? We're not friends. Like, who knows? Who knows what they could be going through? Whenever we're having difficulties in one area of our life, it tends to bleed over into other areas of our life. Like if we have something difficult going on with our family, it tends to influence our relationships with our friends. We might feel a little bit preoccupied, a little bit distant. So yeah, I believe in giving friends the benefit of the doubt until we can confirm that they have hostile intentions for us. If you're gonna be a friend, try to be a real one. And that involves understanding that sometimes your friends are just going through some shit and it has nothing to do with you, but it might influence the way that they talk to you, or how often they talk to you, or how much time they want to spend with you. They might be going through something that has nothing to do with you. So what do we want to do? Let's try to figure out what's going on. Right, not to attribute to malice that which can be explained by ignorance. It's one of the rules I try to live by. Is this person actually trying to be malicious towards me, or are they just ignorant of how their behaviors are making me feel? And what you'll come to find is that it's more often ignorance. There are some malicious people out there, but thankfully they are in the minority. All right, let's continue mentalhealth.exe loaded. Got a monster for the bracelet though. And there you go. Hey Papa B. Today I'm going to attempt repair at a relationship. Alright. You love to see it. Nothing bad happened, but I have a new boundary with a new partner that I have to name out loud. That's totally fine. When it comes to setting boundaries, set them early and often. You know, how can we expect other people to know how to treat us unless we tell them how we want to be treated? I have a letter ready that I wrote about my feelings and how I am affected by certain habits. I want him to read it, and it ends with him discussing and end it with him discussing it with me afterwards. Is there a way I can reduce the amount of awkwardness of the moment and the discussion portion without invalidating the seriousness of the moment? I definitely want to avoid humor. I feel extra autistic and self-conscious when I do stuff like this. All right. In my experience, it can go a long way to just try to be cool about it. Because if we're feeling a great deal of apprehension, or we're really worried, we're really concerned with how things are going to go, it's going to feel like a very high stakes, high stress situation. Like, here, I threw a bomb in your lap. Quick, defuse it. Like, no, that's not what we're trying to do. We want to try to be cool about it. So just be cool about it. I'll give you an example. This is what I would do if I was in your situation and my goal was to do exactly what you're doing. I would do it something like this. Hey, you know, nice, polite, soft tone. Hey. Do you have a nickname for him? Hey, Habibi. There's some stuff that I've been wanting to talk to you about. I wrote down a letter just so that I could keep all my thoughts in order. I'd like for you to read it, and then when you're done, we can talk about it, okay? So even just in the way that you address it, in the way that you bring it up, just try to have, you know, a positive attitude. Just try to be, you know, polite and optimistic. And then maybe even have something fun planned that you can do afterwards. You know, if your partner respects you and your boundaries and they're not dealing with their own insecurities, because that's going to be one of the big variables that you can't really plan around, is the other person's insecurities. How are they going to feel when they feel like they're in trouble? Is it going to make them defensive? Is it going to make them angry? Or are they going to be grown up about it and be like, I'm glad you brought this up. You know, thank you for talking to me about this. You know, I really care about you. I wouldn't ever want you to, you know, feel uncomfortable with me. So thank you. You know, I'll work on this. I appreciate you bringing it up. This doesn't have to be a fight, and you can let them know that if things do start to get heated. You know, just try to de-escalate. Be like, I'm not trying to fight with you. I'm just trying to express my feelings. And then we can talk about it. And so if you're feeling frustrated, Let's just talk later, alright? Be willing to put things down and pick them up later if things aren't going well. Don't feel like you have to push through and force through it, because sometimes that can do more harm than good. But either way, if you can just be calm and cool through the whole thing, it'll go a long way. You know, if they want to get frustrated or angry about it, let them get frustrated or angry, but don't get frustrated and angry with them. You know, it's natural to expect that there might be a little bit of insecurity, a little bit of defensiveness on their part, and so they might get a little bit agitated. Like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I really care about you. I wouldn't ever want to do anything to hurt you. What do I mean? I'm not respecting your boundaries. If they get agitated, just get even calmer. Like, hey, that's not what that meant. I care about you too, and this is why I'm trying to talk to you about this. I would want you to talk to me if there was anything that I was doing to make you feel uncomfortable. Anyway, in my experience, that'll give you the best chance of having good results. If they start to get escalated, if they get defensive, just dial it back even further. Just be even more nice, even more calm. Because this isn't you versus your partner. This is you and your partner versus the problem. You guys are actually on the same team here, so don't forget that. You can feel free to channel my energy in that moment. I will lend you my energy. Hearing you read back my comment last week about not doing enough while raising a child and being an activist did feel really silly hearing it back. It was a serious question. There was something you mentioned that I have continued to say back to myself about not putting it all on me. I do that in my relationships, my social responsibility, and at work. Do you have suggestions on how to work on that? It's going to happen in layers, my friend. Healing happens in layers. And right now you're at a pretty good layer because you've got a lot of awareness and you're recognizing patterns. And that's good. It takes a lot of work to even get to that point where you can start to recognize these types of patterns in your life. The type of revolutionary optimism that we want to have as an activist, we should also have towards ourselves and our own journey. You know, we're fighting an internal revolution. And the sides are, do I love myself or do I hate myself? I'm trying to figure that out. Which side's gonna win? Which side do you want to win? Which side has your backing? Which side do you choose to support in this internal conflict? As far as suggestions on how to work on it, first off, keep doing what you're already doing, because you're already making good progress and you're already doing good work. What I would suggest more directly would be just focus on whatever's right in front of you. Whenever you encounter a pattern that you're trying to break, view that as an opportunity to break that pattern. Something happens in a relationship, something happens regarding your social responsibility or work. Try to view those little conflicts as experience. This would be grinding EXP so that I can level up. You're growing into a growth mindset, and we love to see it. So just continue to nurture that within you, and you're going to do great. Got that OCD. All right. I feel ya. I feel like I've got to fix everything about myself before I deserve to be in another relationship. Working on ourselves is a lifelong process. Now, when it comes to working on ourselves, it's always going to be a work in progress. There's always going to be things that you could work on. There's always going to be more that you could do. It's like, oh, I planted 1,000,000 trees. Well, why not 1,000,001 trees? Like, oh, I did 1 billion push-ups. Why not 2 billion? I got an A+. Why not an A++? An important part of having a relationship, in my opinion, is finding somebody that you can grow with. You know, not expecting a relationship to be something that you find between two perfect people, but rather two people that can grow together in unison and who can amplify the other's strengths. It's never a bad thing to take some time to work on yourself before putting yourself back in the game. You know, sometimes people, and I'm not saying this is you, I'm just saying this is something that people do. Sometimes people will jump into a relationship when they've got no business being in a relationship. Continuing to grow and becoming a better version of yourself is an important part of being in a relationship. Having that outside perspective, having the perspective of somebody that you care about deeply, that cares about you deeply, and then hearing what they have to say, and then taking things into consideration. There's only so much healing we can do all on our own. There's only so much growth to be found if we're all on our own. Just look to have a firm foundation, alright? Just look to have a firm foundation. Something that gives you space to build. You don't need to be a fully finished product before you put yourself on the market. Because you've got potential. At my job, I have these 10 professional exams to study for to be fully credentialed in my field. That's a lot of exams. Been working at it for like 7 years now. They are grueling and require 400 hours every 6 months of study outside of work. It's times like this that I'm glad I'm stupid. Doing that and work, it's a lot. I make really good money though, more than I ever thought I was worth, which I am grateful for, but it doesn't leave me with a lot of time other than work. Do you think it is worth it to try to find a relationship or wait it out for 3 more years until I can have a lot more time and energy to spend it on? I don't know if anyone would be interested in a relationship where I can only give maybe 2 hours at the end of the day. Thanks as always. Well, we're seeing that, you know, having a good job, making a bunch of money, but working all the time, it doesn't leave us with a lot of time to live. I don't feel like I'm with Cat Dev on this one. I don't feel like you'll ever have enough time. I feel like people go through life always wishing they had more time. So you got the time that you got. What do you want to do with it? Who knows, maybe you could find somebody who's in a similar position who also only has a couple hours to spend with you at the end of the day, so maybe this could work out for both of you. But you never know. There's no need to take yourself off the market completely. Just be picky when it comes to who you allow to place a bid. I think you should listen to your heart. It sounds like you're listening to your brain, which is good. It's good to listen to what your brain says, you know, be logical, be sure, be certain. But the heart wants what it wants. And who knows, maybe being in a relationship would make all of that hard work feel not as bad because you have somebody to go home to. I don't know. You've got a path, you know, you got two paths before you. Just take some time to think about it. You've got time to think. Any book recommendations for someone who's a fan of Alan Watts or wants to learn more about Jungian topics like archetypes, the shadow, and the collective unconscious? Oh, okay. Let me talk about Jung for a minute. First off, anything by Alan Watts is going to be good. Alan Watts and Carl Jung have a lot in common in regards to the fact that they are Western scholars. I'll call them both scholars. That sounds fair. They are Western scholars who are working to translate Eastern ideologies to a Western audience. And Jung was among the first to really do it. So we got to give shout out to the OG. He was one of the first to do it. But in the time since then, our language has continued to evolve, and we've been able to help to bridge the different ideologies between East and West in a more cohesive and applicable way. Alan Watts was really good at it. Ram Dass was really good at it. Ram Dass has some good books. There's also a Michael Singer book that I'm a fan of. It's called The Untethered Soul. But anyway, Jung is a good entry point into Eastern philosophies from a Western scientific standpoint. And then people like Alan Watts kind of take it a step further. And then you can go even further still by looking into the works of people like Ram Dass. Ram Dass was a guy, his original name was Dick Halpert. He was a Harvard psychologist who did a bunch of psychedelics and then went to India and lived in India under the study of this famous guru. And so that's how he learned all about Eastern philosophy. But you had this guy who was a Harvard-trained psychologist who was then going and learning all of these Eastern philosophies. But yeah, if you're a fan of Alan Watts and you like that type of stuff, I would consider looking into some of the works of Ram Dass, because he's kind of, at least in my experience, kind of the next step into that realm of conversation. The bridging of Eastern and Western ideologies in regards to psychology. Largely in Eastern practices, psychology is ingrained within spiritualism. There is not really much of a distinction between your mind and your spirit. You know, this is one and the same. Whereas in Western philosophies, we tend to be very concrete. You know, your consciousness is the byproduct of your brain. But anyway, I think it's fun to look at how other people think. You know, especially when you've lived in a bubble your whole life. You know, going to school, learning about psychology in the West, and then coming to realize that there are billions of people out there who have been practicing things for thousands of years that can also answer some of the questions that we still struggle to grapple in a Western perspective. So was Jung mostly reinventing Hindu and Buddhist principles then? Not just those two, but also you see a lot of overlap when it comes to stuff like Taoism, Hinduism, Buddhism. There is a lot of overlap in a lot of the Eastern philosophies. But some of the underlying shared beliefs between them is that we are all one, we are all conscious, and that consciousness is really what matters. And that you can feel more interconnected with both yourself and the world around you by just going deeper and deeper into your consciousness. We're all branches of the same tree. The light behind your consciousness is the same light that illuminates all consciousness. And you see that across Eastern philosophies. In Western philosophies, your consciousness is often viewed as the byproduct of having a brain. Consciousness is just something that your brain spontaneously creates. Whereas in Eastern philosophies, you are tuning into consciousness because your brain is the hardware. It's like having an antenna. Your brain and your nervous system, those are the antenna that tune into consciousness. But they look at consciousness more as a field instead of something that's individually based. It's like electromagnetic fields. It's just something that exists within the universe. It's something that we tap into. And I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, I wouldn't go so far. Yeah, when it comes to Jung, I'm not sure if I would use the word reinventing. I don't know, it's probably fine. What you're seeing is, for the first time, Western scholars trying to translate Eastern ideas to a Western audience. But yeah, reinventing is, that's a good word for it. Reinventing. I agree. Am I Casey Tron's boyfriend? I'm actually Casey Tron's husband, believe it or not. How do you not let envy ruin your life? Feeling paralyzed by envy lately. It's especially painful because the people who seem to get everything I've ever wanted are some very mean and hateful people. Then try not to focus on those ones. I'll elaborate on that in a moment. Try not to focus on those ones. Just try to come to find peace by recognizing that they will get what's coming to them in the end. But I don't need to worry about that right now. I don't need to be the one to weigh out that karmic justice. I have taken steps to try to align myself with the things I envy in those people, but I will never have what they have. You don't need what they have, because you're not them. White privilege, family wealth, etc. How do you accept the cards you were dealt? It's the cards you were dealt, exactly. So you've got no choice but to play them. When it comes to not allowing envy to ruin your life or to control your life, what I would encourage you to do is to practice gratitude. What are the things in my life that I'm grateful for? The people, the things, the plants, the trees. What are the things in my life that I am grateful for? That's a good place to start. Beyond that, what I like to do is allow myself to be happy for people. And I do this by focusing on the people that I like, not the people that are very mean and hateful. If I'm focused on the very mean and hateful people, why am I giving them my attention? Why am I allowing them to influence how I feel? I don't need them to have that power over me. That's my call. So focus on the people that you like. What do they have going for them? And be happy for them. You know, a friend gets a promotion, a friend gets a new opportunity, a friend gets a new car. I'm happy for you. That's really cool. I find that it makes me happy to remember that happiness exists and to see it in other people. I don't need it all for me. I wouldn't want it all anyway. It'd be boring. My husband and I are in the autumn of our lives. We were talking about our lives together, and we both believe we were not meant to be wealthy, but we have enough to live with dignity and are grateful for what we have. We wonder if wealth would have ruined our lives. It's hard to say. It's like, what would you have done with that wealth? Would I have used it to just buy a bigger house, to buy myself more stuff? I can't take any of that with me. It is as they say. There's a famous quote, comparison is the theft of joy. If I'm focused on what other people have, that's taking time away from me focusing on what I've got. The only time that I should be looking at my neighbor's plate is to be sure that they have enough. Another way to help yourself feel more uplifted would be to do what you can to help those who are less fortunate than you. Even not necessarily in like material ways, but just showing up in any way that you can. Also, remind yourself that it's time to lock in. It is time to lock in. The world is run by a bunch of baby-eating pedophiles. We need to lock in. That's what I remind myself whenever I get too caught up in whatever is going on in my mind. I'm like, I need to lock the fuck in. I need to go bully a congressman on Twitter. Let's check out this one. I've been going through something recently, looking for others whom have experienced things such as I have. I've seen visions of eyes in the clean, the observers. I've seen a blue shade that is dissipated, words in vision. This is sounding kind of psychedelic. This has been happening to me and continues to for the past 5 months, ever since the 1st of December 2025. I've experienced many hypotheticals wherein I always choose love. I love all, love was the first action and is rationally the measure of life, sustaining it. Well, I agree. Choose love always. The warm layer is of ego, environmentally generated observer, and feeling. Alright. You're speaking through me and replying when I ask questions. The mass awakening is soon. Please keep love and compassion in your heart. Choose compassion for everyone. Right on. Ego dissolution is a hell of a drug, isn't it? Ego dissolution is a hell of a drug. These are the types of thoughts that you can sometimes experience when you get like very deep into meditation and you just kind of detach from your own ego and you just allow your thoughts to expand and unfold. It feels like you're looking through a keyhole and you can see what's really going on in the universe, but only for a glimpse. What is the best way to give a person who is unconfident, an unconfident person, courage to cook? My partner hates cooking, and whenever I propose, they give it a whirl. It's a response like, I'll just mess it up. It's learned helplessness. Just call it as it is. Just be like, that's learned helplessness. How else are you gonna learn how to do it? One day or day one? What I've found to be helpful in these types of moments is just to be very enthusiastically supportive. Like, aw, don't say that, I believe in you. Go ahead, give it a try, let's see it. Just tell him you believe in him. I believe in you. I believe in you. I think it's gonna be great. You're gonna do a great job. It's simple, but I found it can be effective. You know, if somebody is not feeling confident, just hype them up. Don't let them quit. Like, go ahead and make that macaroni. It's got instructions right there on the side of the box. I try to keep a few quick meals on hand for rainy days, but any day I don't cook is a rainy one, it seems. On the worst days, when I'm unwell, it's a stalemate on cooking, and we turn to ordering food, which is not financially responsible. Hey, let me just say that chicken noodle soup is super easy to make. You don't even have to really do any cooking because it's soup. You get a rotisserie chicken, you don't even have to cook the chicken. Chop up some celery, an onion, a carrot. Throw that in some water. Throw in some chicken bouillon. Once the vegetables are soft, throw in some noodles. Chunk up some chicken. Hell, you can even use canned chicken if you want. I won't judge. I don't want to give an ultimatum because I am privileged to work from home and usually have the energy to take cooking responsibilities. Sometimes I just want to relax and eat something prepared by a loved one though, and naturally I want to see my significant other have more confidence. What are your thoughts? Appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you. My thoughts are, start with soup. If your partner hates soup, which it could be a red flag. I'm joking. But only kind of. If soup is out of the question, do pasta. Do a pasta dish. Spaghetti. Spaghetti is super easy and basically impossible to mess up. It's also very affordable. So even if you do mess it up, it's not like you're losing out on all that much. Sandwiches. Sandwiches are underappreciated, and sandwiches can actually take more knowledge and expertise than one might anticipate. You know, technically speaking, a sandwich is not too hard to construct, but as far as, you know, flavor balancing, choosing the right ingredients, that's where the artistry comes in. Not a big soup fan. I'll make you some soup sometime. You're gonna love it. I recommend soup because soup is where I learned to cook, because soup is incredibly forgiving. Too salty? Put too much seasoning in? Add more water. Or take some of the broth out and then just add water to water it down. Soup is very flexible. It's very easy. There's a ton of different ways you can make it. Chili is soup adjacent, also very easy. Tacos. Taco night, super easy. All you gotta do is cook a little meat in a pan. Everything else you can get pre-prepared. A little salsa, a little guacamole, some shredded cheese, some sour cream. All you gotta do is cook a little bit of beef or chicken or turkey if you're a freak. I'm kidding, I love ground turkey. I made a turkey meatloaf. It was okay. It's never gonna beat a beef meatloaf, but I'll continue to try. I'll continue experimenting. Turkey's just not that good. It's okay. maybe you could find a recipe that you all could cook together. Maybe you could have fun and do some cooking together. Yeah, it could be a good bonding experience, exactly. Do a little bit of cooking together. But when it comes to gaining more confidence when it comes to cooking, I would start with something that's really easy. A baked protein. It's super easy to bake a piece of chicken. Or some chopped up vegetables. There's a lot of stuff that you could just throw all in one pan. And so I think just taking a look at what some good options would be, because there are some recipes out there that are foolproof. But yeah, soups, sandwiches, pasta, spaghetti especially, tacos, a casserole where you just throw everything together and then bake it. There's a lot of joy in finding something you really like to eat and being able to create it. Exactly. That's another thing that could be a lot of fun. It's like, hey, you know that thing that you really like to eat? Let's learn how to make it. You can make it a group activity. Like, hey, you really like this thing? Let's make it. Let's learn how to make it. We'll make it together. You're secretly teaching them how to cook. And then just hype them up. Hey, you did such a good job. This tasted really good. Messed up so many meals, but I always come away with some new ideas. Some more, alright, that reminds me, some more general tips. If you're cooking something on a stovetop, if you're cooking something in a skillet, one of the most common mistakes that I've seen amongst people who claim that they can't cook is that they cook stuff at way too high of a heat. That's how stuff gets burned. It's really hard to actually burn stuff unless you're cooking at a way too high of a heat. Most foods don't need to be cooked at a super high heat. I would safely say that you can cook a majority of foods at medium heat. It might take a little longer. It might not get as crispy as you might be looking for, but you'll still cook it. And you'll run a much less chance of actually burning something. Did we make the donuts again? Just that one time. They were good, though. They were good, though. Yeah, I think you should try to find something that you're both interested in eating or something that they really like and then have them help you. You know, just work together, cook together. And then just throw out little liners like, isn't this so much fun? Cooking with you has just been so much fun. Thank you for doing this with me. You did such a good job. You know, gas them up a little bit. Why is there stigma and sensitivity behind nipples, specifically nipples on the female breast? That's what I'm saying. I'm in support of freeing the nipple. Like, why should I have to be subjected to male nipples? Why does half the population... Why do we force half the population to stay covered up? That doesn't sound like freedom to me. New parents shouldn't be shamed for breastfeeding an infant under a blanket in public just because some people have an overactive imagination. Yeah, the people who actually get mad about other people breastfeeding in public are freaks. because they care for it the wrong reasons. In reality, it's none of your business. Just continue on with your life and pay no mind to it. Why is this any concern to you at all? But you know what's crazy? Is that women are allowed to show their boobs to babies, but they can't show their boobs to everyone else. Why is it that we hide nipples? We show nipples to babies. Every day, nipples are being shown to babies. And that's okay? But you hit a certain age and you can't look at a nipple anymore? It's messed up. It's messed up, man. So why is there a stigma? It probably ties back to some sort of archaic patriarchal thing. You know, just trying to tell women what they can't do with their bodies just so that we, you know, it's all about control. Because men can't stop themselves from sexualizing shit. I think we're all a little bit guilty of that one, if you know what I mean. I've seen some freaks on both sides of the aisle, but no, you're right. You're right. You're right. But I've seen some freaks in my day on both sides of the aisle, so. Don't get me started on all of those fantasy smut novels that I see every time I go to the bookstore. You walk into a bookstore now, it's just all over the place. It's an epidemic. I went to a friend's house and his wife had a bookshelf and it was just full of various like smut novels. Fantasy smut, sports smut. And then my friend's wife and one of my other friends' wives, they were both talking about it because they're both into it. I'm like, huh. Interesting. My fiance's sister is super into those books and she simultaneously shames me for wearing crop tops. That's because she doesn't look good in a crop top. Clock it. %90 of the time, maybe even more, maybe 99% of the time, anytime somebody wants to criticize somebody else's choice of clothing, it's probably because you wouldn't look all that good in it. If you could pull this off, you'd probably be wearing it too. Don't make your insecurity my problem. OPV, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for gifting that sub to the HR representative of the Brain Domain. Brain Domain's head of HR, Gemaru. If you have any complaints about your coworkers, please take them to her. This this seems good. Let's check this out. How do I know if therapists are actually helping instead of them having unconscious things such as trying to help people in order to feel better about themselves? How can I trust a therapist to help me if they are potentially coming from a place of having the need to help people in order to feel validation? Here's the thing. You don't know, and it's hard to know. But here's the thing. If it works, if it does help you, what's the problem? You know, if my house is on fire and a firefighter comes to my house, do I stop the firefighter and say, hey, I need to make sure that you're doing this for the right reasons. I need to make sure that you're not just here because you love spraying hoses. I need to make sure that you're here because you want to save my house. I need to make sure that all of your intentions are in order. At the end of the day, if they're helping you, does it really matter? It could even be a win-win situation. And in my perspective, it should be a win-win situation. I feel like people who work as therapists should be allowed to feel good for helping people. Would you agree? Is it okay for therapists to feel good about themselves for helping people? Or do they need to remain completely unattached? I don't know. I feel like it kind of depends on who you are as a person, what it is you're into. Some people are really into people just being totally like logical and detached. But some people prefer having a human relationship with a human therapist. And that's what you're going to get when you do therapy with a human. You're going to get the human experience. They've got their own thoughts and feelings and motivations. And that makes life relatable. You're talking to somebody that can relate to you because they're also here living that life. Trying to figure things out. Trying to figure out what they're here for. What their purpose is. And I'd say it's okay if they get a sense of accomplishment and validation by helping people. As long as they do it in a respectful way. As long as they practice ethically. Got no problem with it. In general, what you'll find is a lot of people who go into mental health in the first place do so because of a personal connection to mental health. They have either had a mental health struggle themselves, or they know someone that did. Maybe it was a parent, maybe it was a sibling, maybe it was a family member, or a friend. And that was where they started to want to learn more about it so that they can help people. My psychologist is 93 years old. I really need him to hang in there. If you're a psychologist and you're 93, take a break, man. Take a vacation. The real one hanging in there is you, by the way. You're like the cat hanging from the tree on the motivational poster. Hang in there. It's you. Anyway, questioner, I think that your question is valid. It's good to know what our therapist's intentions are, and it's okay to talk to them about it. I would say that the best way to resolve this would be to talk to a therapist about it. Just ask them questions. What are your beliefs as far as how therapy should be conducted? What got you into mental health? Who are some of your inspirations? It's totally fine to talk to people about that. It's totally fine to talk to your therapist about that. They're a godsend, though. It's like he's like Bernie Sanders. We need to let him rest. Let the old guard rest. Anyway. If you're wondering what your therapist's perspective is, just talk to him about it. But I feel like most people who go into mental health do so because they want to help people. And we all have our own different reasons for why we want to help people. We've all got our own experiences, we've all got our own stories as far as why we want to do what we want to do. But at the end of the day, if it helps you to live a happier, more fulfilled life, that's all that matters. So we don't need to let things get in the way of that. You know what I mean? We don't need to overcomplicate things. I want to tell my girlfriend that I'm trans, but I don't know if I should. I'm pre-everything and kind of settled into how I am now, but it affects how I relate to my sexuality and stuff like that. But I'm also terrified she'll think less of me or something like that. And even worse if she pretends to be fine with it, but then not. Alright. I will offer my straight cis perspective on this. So take everything that I say with that in mind. Personally, I would encourage you to maybe talk to some other trans people to see what they would have to think about it. They will have much more lived experience of being trans that they'll be able to relate to you on. But that being said, let's talk about it. It should be important that you feel comfortable in your identity. Whatever that identity might be. So at the end of the day, you are you. What would you like to do to feel more authentically you? I think that's what it comes down to, is just doing what would help you to feel more comfortable and confident as yourself. What are our thoughts on you doing what you feel is right, whatever that next step might be, in order to feel more confident as you? What does that look like? What would that next step be? That's probably what I would do if there was something that I wanted to change about how I presented myself, or about how, like how I dressed or anything like that. I would talk about that with my partner. Just whatever that change would be. And then just take it step by step. Just talk about it. And if it ends up not working, that doesn't work. Find somebody that it works with. Anyway, I support you being you, whatever that looks like. Whatever that entails. So you be you. Try to be the most authentic and genuine you as you can be. Sometimes what you might find is that you exist beyond words. You exist beyond labels and titles. You know, titles, labels, they all have different feelings associated with them. So I don't know. How do I help my partner emotionally heal? Ooh, okay. All right. Let's take a look. In the years we've been together, my partner often stubbornly asserts how worthless she is and how no one would care if she was gone. I try to remind her that I would miss her, her friends would too, even some family that she still has a good relationship with would miss her as well. I mention this, but not to put her on blast, but to ask, how can I approach this better? All right. Perhaps try this one on for size. What I find to be helpful is to ask people a very simple question whenever they say things like this. Instead of jumping into reassurance, which is a normal response, it's what we often tend to do whenever somebody's saying something about themselves, is to try to reassure them. But what can actually be helpful and to help them heal is to talk about it by asking a question such as, what makes you say that? You know, if your partner's like, oh, I'm so worthless, nobody would care if I was gone. Instead of trying to prove them wrong, instead of trying to tell them that they're wrong and remind them of what is true, because if that worked, life would be a lot easier. You know, if just giving people reassurance and telling them that they're wrong worked, it would put therapists out of a job. What can actually be more helpful? Now, you can still provide reassurance, don't get me wrong, but we're going to think about doing this in addition to providing reassurance. And so, instead of just going into reassurance, explore those thoughts and feelings with them. If a person comes to you and says, oh, I just feel like I'm so worthless, what makes you say that? This isn't you agreeing with them and saying, yeah, I think you are worthless. That's not what you're saying. What you're saying is, what makes you say that? What is it about what you're thinking and feeling right now that is making you feel like you are worthless? Explore that feeling with them. And in doing that, you can uncover some of the stuff that might be sitting beneath the surface that is leading to those feelings. You know, when we offer reassurance, that's just kind of covering it up. We're like, no, you're wrong. No, it's okay. Don't say that. People care about you. People love you. It might help a little bit. It might help to make them feel a little bit better in the meantime, but it doesn't really get at the root of what's going on. And that's what you're trying to do. If you're wanting to help your partner emotionally heal, be willing to explore those thoughts with them without judgment. Since we've been together, I've tried to be supportive and reassuring that I love her and won't stop loving her. Well, don't stop doing that either, because that's always nice. But I'm sure the support is very appreciated, so don't stop doing that. This is just something that you can add to that. But at some point, I feel like I haven't made any progress in convincing her that she means a lot to a lot of people. Yep, because if she's gonna figure that out, she's gonna have to figure it out on her own. And you can help her to get there, but just telling her that doesn't help her to get there. You have to explore her feelings with her and help her to get to that point on her own. Our absence would leave a meteoric impact on everyone that knows her. I tried to press about why she feels this way, and then the conversation gets changed. When this stuff comes up, I try to avoid getting emotional when she says she's worthless, but over time, I tend to get heated. And it can make things worse, especially since it starts to feel like she doesn't care about how much I would miss her. She does. She's just not in the right headspace to take your perspective. Her own self-image, it's hurting her. She's feeling very down about herself. She doesn't really have the emotional capacity to think about what other people would think or what other people would feel. Whenever we're really struggling, it becomes extremely difficult to focus on anybody else's thoughts, anybody else's feelings, anybody else's problems. And so it's not that she doesn't care. It's just that she's out of emotional bandwidth. There's just not enough RAM left. Just continue to show that you are there and that you are supportive and that you're willing to explore these thoughts and feelings with her and talk about it. Instead of just trying to offer nothing but reassurance. Because when we just try to offer reassurance, that's essentially me just telling you that you're wrong. You know what I mean? You know, it might take a few tries. It might take multiple tries before they feel comfortable actually sitting down and talking and exploring those feelings. So just continue to be consistent. Just try to be as calm and caring as you can as well. You know, when we're here and we're talking about her and we're talking about how she feels, we don't need to make it about us. You know what I mean? It's not about us. This is us trying to help them. So we can leave our own feelings aside for now. I've been in many of those moments. The pain outweighs all in those times. Yeah, exactly. It's like we get too preoccupied with our own pain, and it makes it really hard to even calculate how other people would feel. Our pain is very real, it's very present, and it's occupying our attention. So just asking questions, you know, what makes you say that? I'm sorry to hear that you're feeling that way. Would you like to talk about it? Is there anything I can do to help you feel better? You know, there are ways that we can offer support and care. And reassurance is just one of those ways. Reassurance can be nice. Reassurance can be helpful. But it can also feel like a band-aid. And sometimes it can also feel disingenuous. I'm not saying that it is disingenuous, but sometimes when a person is really hurting, Reassurance just sounds like they're just tired of listening to me. They're just trying to get me to shut up. They're just telling me that I'm wrong. Like, hearing that people care about you doesn't really help all that much whenever you feel very down about yourself. Feeling that care, like feeling, oh yeah, no, you're right. People do care about me. Thanks. I feel a lot better now. It just doesn't really work that way. Am I married? Yep. I'm officially a wife guy. Anyway, just sitting down with your partner and being willing to listen and talk and explore feelings with them, it can go a long way towards helping them heal. Congrats. Well, thank you. Thank you. See what I mean, chat? And questioner, I just want to say, a lot of us here have been in similar positions. You know, we have somebody that we care about. Maybe it's a friend, maybe it's a significant other, maybe it's a family member, and they're just hurting, and we want to help them feel better. We want to help them heal. You know, offering reassurance is something that people will commonly do. But offering reassurance to a person, is it really helping them feel better, or are we just trying to make ourselves feel better? You know? Just think about how nice it would feel to have somebody say to you, "It sounds like you're going through a lot. I'm here for you. Would you like to talk about it?" Wouldn't that be nice? And I feel like that's a big part of what having a relationship is all about. Whether it's a romantic relationship or a friend relationship, just being there for each other. Showing up. When it comes to helping a person not feel so down about themselves, when it comes to helping somebody break out of, you know, that low self-esteem or that low self-image, it can take some time to help them build back up. But it's a good thing to do. Feels good to help people. Reassurance is nice as well. It's true, but it's like frosting. You know? I wouldn't want a cake that's just frosting. Like, frosting can be nice, but I don't want just frosting. Can you imagine cutting into a cake and it's like, oh, it's, oops, all frosting. All the way straight through to the center. No, I need a little bit of substance to it. I need a little bit of that sponge. This isn't really a question so much as an observation. When I watch your stream, I find I block out a lot of the useful advice because I am too afraid to face my own mental quote-unquote defects, I guess. Although I still feel more positive advice is having a passive positive effect regardless. Ooh, I'm gonna blow your mind. Here's the thing about getting better, is that you don't notice that you're getting better until you've actually made quite a bit of progress. You don't notice straight from the beginning, oh yeah, this is working for me, I'm getting better, I'm making positive changes. Typically what happens is that other people in your life notice those changes before you do. Like, hey, I notice you've been smiling more. Yeah, it feels like the old you is back, it's nice. We're planting seeds so that we can eat some tasty fruit in the future, or so that we can sit under a nice shady tree. That's what we're doing. Healing happens in layers, alright? So there might be some stuff deep in the core of you that might take a while to get to, but that doesn't mean that you aren't still making progress. Just focus on what's in front of you. Focus on your current battle, and then get through that one before we worry about the next one. This feeling you're having, that's how you know it's working, actually. This is how you know it's working. Also, don't be afraid to face yourself, because that's all it really is. When it comes to facing our quote-unquote defects, it's just like looking in the mirror. You know, if there's a weird noise going on in the engine, you gotta pop the hood and take a look so that you can see what's going on. Instead of just turning up the music and trying to pretend that squeaking isn't happening. You've also caught a pretty good point here. Most advice doesn't work, and that's not a problem with people. That's just a problem with, or maybe it is a problem with people, but it's a problem with advice. Now, you can get told exactly what to do, and you can make all sorts of changes in your life. But it doesn't mean that it's going to stick. Doesn't mean that's going to last. Because life is this ongoing, organic process. And you will probably never have a full understanding of what the hell is actually going on here. We're always still going to be trying to figure it out. What was that all about? My whole life, the universe, dark matter, all that crazy stuff, magnets. It's a lot to wrap your mind around. How about you look at it this way? Maybe the only quote-unquote defect is that fear. Maybe the fear is actually the problem. Maybe you're not as messed up as you fear that you are. And maybe the real problem to tackle is the fact that you're afraid of yourself. One of these days, you're just going to have to wake up to the harsh reality that you're cooler than you think you are, and that people do like you. You're just going to have to get used to it. Sorry to say it, but people like you. People want to be your friend. Sorry to say that. You're not as bad as you think you are. Sorry you have to hear that. I know, it's a tough pill to swallow. You're not the monster you made yourself out to be. Like, dang, here I was, so sure of myself. We love to feel very sure of ourselves, even if that surety is completely wrong. We would rather feel like we have a good idea of who we are, even if that understanding is totally wrong. Which is why people cling to the beliefs of, oh, I'm such a terrible person, I'm so messed up. Nah, brother. You're just out here trying your best, alright? OPV with the gifted sub, thank you. Today's stream has been brought to you by OPV. OPV. For all your down days. Try OPV. Once daily OPV. That's a good quote. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. It's true. Another quote I like to hang on to. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. I try to carry that mindset with any of, whatever I might be grappling mentally. I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me. I'm not locked in here with depression. Depression's locked in here with me. I don't have anxiety. Anxiety has me. You just gotta remember, it's your brain. And you have more control of it than you realize. The human brain is fascinating. A highly advanced bioelectrical supercomputer is capable of all sorts of fantastic things, all manner of pattern recognition and problem solving. And yet we end up with things like anxiety and depression. You are not your thoughts. You are the thinker of thoughts. That's an important distinction to make. That's an important thing to realize. We get so caught up in our thoughts. We get so emotionally attached to our thoughts. When frankly, sometimes our thoughts are simply nonsense. You ever had a nonsense thought? I've had more than I can count. I've probably had a few today. Your perspective on your mind can change drastically when you embrace the truth that you are not your thoughts. You are the thinker of thoughts. I don't need to be controlled by my thoughts. And I have choice, I have power, I have agency over how I respond to my thoughts. You have a thought pop up. Maybe it's some fucked up shit. We've all been there. We've all had a thought pop up and it's some fucked up shit. We've all been there. And so what do we do with that thought? Do we say, damn brain, where'd you find this? Where did this come from? That's fucked up. Get that out of here. Or do we cling to it? And that's where a lot of our suffering comes from, is from clinging. Oh my god, I can't believe I thought that. Am I secretly a monster? Am I actually some sort of horrific monster because I had that thought? Oh no, what if the people I care about find out? Oh no, everything could be ruined, my whole life could be ruined if people found out that I had that thought. Like, no. You have 50,000 thoughts a day. Not all of them are going to be winners. Some of them are going to be kind of random. Some of them might even be kind of weird. But it doesn't mean anything. It just means that you have a brain and that it's on. When you change your relationship with your thoughts, it allows you to change your relationship with yourself and with your life. Things that once bothered you don't bother you anymore. Things that used to annoy you no longer annoy you. You're able to look at things with a new set of eyes. Buddhists say suffering is from clinging. That's where I'm borrowing it from. I forget which book it was. I was reading a book and they were talking about that. Yeah, a large portion of our suffering stems from clinging. My brain is very, very odd, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't have it any other way. You know what I mean though, right, chat? Like sometimes you have a thought that pops up and it really bothers you, and you're like, oh my god, I can't believe I thought that. It just throws everything into question. What type of person am I really? How could I think that? We become too attached to our thoughts. Whenever we become too attached to the thought, whenever we cling to the thought, that gives the thought more power. You're making the thought more powerful by assigning importance to it, instead of just allowing it to float downstream. You will let go of far more thoughts than you will ever cling to. It's just that sometimes we cling to the ones that are the noisiest, the most intrusive, the ones that generate the most emotion within us. So that's where we can reclaim our power. Is by recognizing that I am not my thoughts, I am the thinker of thoughts, and you kind of take a step back from your thoughts and just observe them. Instead of actively participating in them, you just try to observe your thoughts and see where they go. With just a sense of curiosity and wonder. No judgment, no attachment. Just curiosity and wonder. And just be in awe of everything that your mind is capable of. This is why I really like applying Eastern philosophies to psychology, because these types of things have been taught within Eastern philosophies for thousands of years, and they're very helpful at helping people to change their relationship with their thoughts, which is a huge driver in a lot of different mental illnesses. Obsessive thinking often leads to compulsive behaviors, which then feeds back into the obsessive thinking, and you get stuck in this loop. But we take a step back from the loop, and we watch the loop, we observe the loop, And then we realize we can break the loop if we want to. All we have to do is do something different. Or shine our light on something else. Being aware that you are ruminating? Exactly. Instead of just ruminating, just take a step back from it. It's like, okay, I'm ruminating. Why might that be? Just watch the process unfold. What you'll come to find is that most of the time it traces back to some random thing that happened in your life. It was probably something that happened when you were pretty young. Like, damn, so you're telling me that I get stressed out at work today because my dad yelled at me once? Well, maybe. It's probably connected. Those unresolved feelings from the past have a way of popping up and interfering with our current feelings in the future. And again, it all ties back to clinging. We tend to cling to thoughts that we have not fully digested. It's like having a table and it's full of half-eaten food, and then we wonder why things feel so chaotic and cluttered. Like, there's a hot dog, there's a hamburger, there's a gyro, there's a pizza, there's a birthday cake, there's a big bowl of soup. And I've just been nibbling on it. Anyway, questioner. The only thing that's wrong with you is that you think that there's something wrong with you. You're right where you're supposed to be. Where are you going to go next? Play the role of a passive observer if you can. That's the real hack. Learning how to do that, and the way that you learn how to do that is just to simply meditate. It doesn't take a long time to learn how to do it either. You can learn how to do that through meditation in 2 weeks. 20 minutes a day. You can have an entirely new relationship with your brain. Meditation is like sitting down and flipping through the instruction manual for your brain. The opposite end of that is trying to ignore your thoughts by always having something to do. That sounds so stressful, doesn't it? To just always try to be outrunning your thoughts? And guess what? It doesn't work, does it? Some of you been there? Some of you probably been there before? I need to stay busy. I can't think about this. Does it ever work? No. It just buys you time. And then guess what happens? It catches up with you when you're exhausted, which is the worst time for it to catch up with you, because then it overruns you. Next thing you know, you're laying awake in bed and you can't fall asleep. Your mind can be a place that you go to for refuge. Your mind is not a place that you should be running from. It should be a place that you're running to. I've met so many people that are terrified of the idea of being left alone with their own thoughts. There's always got to be something distracting them. You got to turn the music up. Got to be doing something. Got to be scrolling. Got to stay distracted. Can't think. Take your brain for a spin. See what you can do with it. reading Dopamine Nation and it just covered distractions. Distractions. The thing about distractions is they're not entirely bad. Sometimes a distraction can be very helpful. But what I would say is that distractions are best served as a in case of emergency type thing. Like, I just don't have the time, I don't have the energy, I don't have it in me to do this right now, and so I just need to distract so that I'm not overwhelmed. And that's okay. Being able to distract yourself when you're feeling overwhelmed is a good thing. But we become far too reliant on distractions. And guess what? The people who own all of the social media platforms, they know that. They know that. They know that we get addicted to distractions so that we stop thinking. So that we stop looking around us. I don't know, it's weird, but that's one of the things that I've found to be helpful, is whenever I'm like scrolling on my phone, I'm like, I gotta stop. This is what they want me to do. It's what they want. Now who is they? I don't know. Pick one. There's so many different ominous theys to choose from. Maybe they're all in on it together, who knows? Maybe it's the lizard people. I feel like meditation is a good middle ground of overthinking and trying to ignore your thoughts. Meditation is a very good way to learn how to change your relationship with your thoughts. So imagine that you are sitting by a stream. This stream is your flow of thoughts. It's your flow of consciousness. And on that stream, thoughts float by like leaves on the surface of the water. What we're trying to do when we meditate is to simply observe the stream. We're not going to dive in. We're not going to go after the thought. We're not going to become entangled with it. We're not going to worry about that. We're just going to observe the flow. What comes next? And what comes after that? Where do we go from here? And what you'll find is that when you're truly able to clear your mind completely, where does your mind like to go towards? Once you get all of the pain out of the way, your mind likes to default to joy. That pure, loving consciousness that you exhibited when you were a baby. Whenever you weren't hungry or whenever you weren't poopy, you just existed as pure, loving consciousness. That is your default state. And that is what meditation helps you to do, is to return to your default state. Pure, loving consciousness. Doesn't that sound nice? We may not be able to control which thoughts pop up in our mind, but you do have control over the direction of those thoughts. What you'll find is that you can kind of redirect that flow. Oh, maybe I want to flow it in a more positive direction. Okay, focus on something that you love. We can try this together. We don't even have to get really deep into meditation to practice this one, but we'll go ahead and try it. I want you to see how it feels. I want you to think about something that you really love. It could be a person, it could be an animal, it could be a plant, It could be a song. I don't care. Just something that you love deeply. You got one? You don't have to tell me what it is. You got one? I'm sure something comes to mind. Perhaps a big orange cat? Think about something that you love deeply. And then imagine that love as a ball of light. And warmth. Focus on that love. Allow it to grow. Allow yourself to go deeper into it. Go deeper and deeper into that love. What do you feel when you do that? When you focus intently on something that you love, and then you focus on expanding that feeling. What do you notice? This is just a small sampling of what meditation can offer you. If you noticed any sort of positive feelings, if you noticed that it helped you to feel good, it helped to lift your mood a little bit, or it helped you to feel, a little bit sentimental, this is just a sample of what meditation can teach you. With practice, you can get much higher effects from practices such as this one. Every time you do it, you get a little bit better at it. And it doesn't take all that long to get pretty good at it. To where all you have to do is just focus your mind, set that orientation, and then dive into that feeling. Pretty cool, huh? What do you think? Pretty cool, or am I full of it? I don't know about you, but I found meditation to be one of the most helpful things that I've practiced as far as regulating my own mind, my own mood. Like we said, it's like opening up the instruction manual for your mind and realizing that there's all sorts of things that you can do with it that you had no idea you could do. It feels good just living in the now? Of course, because that's where joy exists. Where does joy exist aside from right here in the now? Love, joy, those are all the emotions of the present moment. Meditation can help you to attune to those feelings so that you can go deeper into them than you thought was possible. But the thing that really gets me, the thing that I think is really interesting, is that you're able to do things that you didn't think was possible. But there's still a part of you that it feels like this is just me remembering who I really am. This is just me remembering something that I forgot how to do. It's kind of interesting. I don't know if anybody else has noticed a feeling like that. We've got a few experienced meditators in the community, so maybe you can Tell me what you think. But that's something that I've historically noticed, is that it feels like I'm uncovering something new, but I'm also rediscovering something that was long forgotten as I return to myself. Kinda cool, huh? Meditation helps you to get back to who you really are. That pure loving consciousness that you showed so brightly when you were young. They've done a lot of research on this, and what they've found is that they refer to them, I've heard them referred to as Olympic level meditators. These are people that meditate as a part of their regular spiritual practice. It's something that they do every day, sometimes for hours a day. What they've discovered is that if you connect them to a brain scan, if you measure the electrical activity in their brain, these experienced meditators will produce gamma waves within their brain. Gamma waves not Brian waves. Not Brian waves. Gamma waves. Gamma waves are the most energetic types. It's the most energetic type of wave that your brain can produce. And most people only experience gamma waves in short bursts. These are those, you experience this in those moments where it feels like everything is coming together. It's those peak experiences. I'll give you an example. Like, let's say that there's a problem that you've been working on. There's a problem that you've been struggling with, and you've been working on it for months. And then finally, you figure it out. It all comes together. The last piece clicks into place. Gamma waves. So what they found is that most people only experience gamma waves in short little bursts, a few seconds at a time. But experienced meditators can produce them at will, essentially indefinitely. And so they have taught their brain, just through meditation, to unlock this prolonged sensation of a peak experience. Kinda cool, huh? Now, you don't have to get to that level to get something out of meditation. You don't have to be some Olympic level meditator. What they've found is that people can show a measurable difference in their brain after only about 2 weeks of regular meditation. You know, if they hooked you up to a brain scan and took a measure of your electrical readings in your brain, and then you did a meditation practice, came back a few weeks later, there would be a noticeable difference in your brain activity. You'd notice more of these higher level energy waves. And that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. I could live in that feeling forever. So that exercise that we did, that was a good insight into what meditation can unlock for you. With practice, meditation can really unlock some pretty profound things within your mind. You might tap into just this pure sensation of just overwhelming joy. You might find yourself just tears freely flowing down your face. Just pure bliss. It's awesome. It's awesome. But they don't want to teach you that because they can't sell that to you. Well, they kind of can, which is why they come up with apps and stuff for it. That's why meditation coach is a thing. Maybe that's something I should look into. Maybe I should look into doing a little bit of meditation coaching. One more cool thing about meditation. Once you practice it enough, you unlock the ability that I like to refer to as passive meditation. Instead of meditation being something that you sit down and actively make yourself do, meditation just is what you do. Instead of sitting down, closing your eyes, and just focusing on your breathing, you look at life in all moments in a more meditative way. As your thoughts flow more freely, and you feel less attached to the things that you used to cling to. Do we get addicted to thoughts? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, quite possibly more than many other things. There aren't very many things that I can think of that are more addictive than certain thoughts. And that's one of the issues that people will run into when it comes to working on their mental health. Is like they've got this wound and they can't quit picking at it. Like you need to learn how to put the cone on so that you quit chewing on yourself. You know what I mean? Like when you get really stuck on some sort of past pain and you find yourself unable to move on from it, and it continues to bother you. It continues to cause you pain even though the situation has long passed. You gotta recognize when you need to let your wounds heal and quit picking at them. But hey, we've all been there. We've all been there. I wonder if I have a cat in here. Cats in here. I just got dogs. Just got sleepy dogs. There can be a lot of power in a thought, which is why it's important to gain your power back from your thoughts, instead of letting your thoughts have power over you. Thoughts can be tremendously powerful. Thoughts influence our emotions, and those emotions, in turn, influence how we act. And so a thought can lead us to feel something, which can lead us to do something, which then leads into more thoughts, and more feelings, and more actions. And we get caught in that loop. So yeah, one of the best things you can do for your brain is to learn how to take a step back from your thoughts. To embrace that you are the thinker of thoughts. You are not your thoughts. You can take a step back from them and just observe them. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm gonna update that sub goal. We're pushing for 90. I gotta get my sub count back up. Can I tell Casey to stop coughing in the background? We're meditating. That's the thing about about learning how to meditate. You learn how to meditate through the distractions. A good example would be the dogs barking. Where like you're meditating, you're feeling good, you're in the zone, and then the dog's barking. And you're like, oh great, there goes my inner peace. Because those dogs couldn't be quiet. That's actually a good thing to practice meditating on. Just watch how you respond to that sensation. It's like you can observe the frustration as it starts to build within you. And then you recognize that maybe I'll just let the dog bark. He seems to like it. And that's one of the things that I find that I'm always having to teach people. Because I've taught a few people about meditation. You know, I've taught Casey quite a bit. Taught Jamie. I've taught, a lot of you just about meditation. And that's one of the things that we always get to is how do you deal with distractions? A good way to practice that, this is one of the ways that the Buddhists will do it. Do a meditation where all you do is focus on what you can hear. Whenever your thoughts start to wander and get distracted, just politely, gently redirect them to just paying attention to sound. Call that a sound meditation. It doesn't matter what the sound is. Could be the sounds of the city, could be the sounds of nature, could be the sound of the music that you're listening to. But you just put all of your awareness into listening. Until the line between you and the sound starts to dissolve. Until it feels like you are the sound. That's where things get really cool. That's where meditation can take you with practice. The line starts to blur. You can meditate on a feeling. You can meditate on an emotion. And you can get to the point where the line between you and the emotion starts to blur until you just are the emotion. You are love. You are joy. You are peace. And with continued practice, you learn how to hold that feeling for longer and longer. Until some people get so good they can do it for days at a time. But that's not necessarily what we're looking for. We're just looking to feel better in our life. Just take a little bit of practice. How are the kitties and doggies doing? They're doing all right. Kitties are all hanging out outside, and then I've got the doggies in here sleeping. I've got both of their beds in here. Can meditation help us feel energized too? Oh, that's a good point. See, I forgot to mention that, but that's actually another selling point of meditation. Let me tell you something. If you wake up in the morning and you find that you're still just feeling tired, instead of setting the snooze and falling asleep for 20 more minutes, just sit there or lay there in such a way that you won't fall back asleep. Like flat on your back. Maybe or like sit up a little bit. Just try to find a little position where you're not gonna just fall back asleep. Set a timer for 20 minutes and then try to just meditate for 20 minutes. Meditate until the alarm goes off. What you'll find is, first off, it'll feel like way longer than 20 minutes. At somewhere around like 5 to 10 minutes, you're going to be like, did I forget to set the alarm? The alarm should have gone off by now. I need to check the clock. And then you check the clock and you're like, oh my god, it's been 8 minutes. So not only does it feel like way longer than 20 minutes, but by the end of it, you'll actually feel more awake, more energized than if you had fallen back asleep for 20 minutes. A good meditation session can be just as rejuvenating and just as energizing as a full night's sleep. I think my demeanor is usually calm, but there's always an internal feeling or voice that wants to do more. And it's mainly some creative energy that just wants to feel enough energy to do all the creative projects that bring me joy. Thank you. That is the fire within you. It burns brightly, but it's something that we have control over. You know, do I want the fire to be really big? Do I want the fire to be little? Doesn't mean it's not going to be hot. Do I need it to be a big burning bonfire? Or do I need it to be a tight, compact cutting torch? That energy is a good thing to have. And it's something that you want to work with. It's something that you want to harness. Yep, there's that feeling of always wanting to do more, and that's kind of the feeling that helps us to do anything at all, when you really think about it. But yeah, meditation can help you to feel energized. Meditate on that feeling. Meditate on that fire within you. Try to feel its warmth. Try to feel it as it flows through your body, all along your nervous system, from the top to the bottom, or from the bottom to the top, or from the center radiating outwards, whatever you're in the mood for. When it came to like my meditation practice, I used to do it, you know, every day for a certain length of time every day. Sometimes I would go for hours. But what I found was that meditation helps me to feel good, and I want to feel this way all the time. And that was when it felt like everything really clicked for me. Just meditate in everything that I do. When I walk around, I do it in a meditative way. Anyway, that's what my boy Mingyur Rinpoche would tell you.
You can meditate everywhere, anytime. So I learned this from TV advertisement. So when I was in UK, there's an advertisement about particular phone company brand. You know, they said you can use this SIM, this network, everywhere, anytime, even in the mountain. So I thought this is very good advertisement for the meditation. So I changed a little bit. You can meditate everywhere, anytime, even in the city. So actually, yes, you can meditate everywhere and anytime. So normally my meditation teachers used to tell me that you can meditate everywhere, anytime. For example, the one meditation technique, what we call breathing meditation. So my teacher said, as long as if you have breath, you can aware of your breath. So it doesn't matter. Wherever you go, your breath follow you. So
By Ram Dass enjoyer.
how
Oh
to
yeah.
practice this
Oh, yeah.
meditation everywhere,
I
anytime.
do like Ram Dass.
You can meditate this while you're
Read a few of his
walking,
books.
talking, having lunch and dinner, in the subway, in the car, while you're driving, watching television, in the cinema, at home, everywhere. But you cannot meditate very long. It's short time. So few seconds. And if you meditate while you're talking and walking,
See, this is another good point that he's making, is that you can meditate anywhere, anytime, even if it's just for a moment, even if it's just for a few seconds at a time. It's very grounding. You know, meditation doesn't have to be something that you sit down, close your eyes, do it for 30 minutes. That's helpful too, don't get me wrong, but that's just a different way of meditating.
that's what we call informal meditation. So you don't have to worry about the posture, and you don't have to worry about all these things. You know, while you're driving car, you cannot meditate like, certainly you cannot do hand like this, right? Otherwise you will have accident. So
Formal versus informal
for
meditation.
example, for the breathing meditation, you can focus on, be aware of your breath, even one inhale or exhale. In, maybe you lost again, breathing out, you lost again. That's also okay. Sometimes what we call 3 breathing in the morning can change whole day. Just simply be aware of 3 breathing in and out. The effect is a lot. So therefore, you can meditate everywhere, anytime.
Anywhere, anytime. Yeah. Yes, if we were a Ram Dass enjoyer, I like Ram Dass. He's got some good stuff. I consider myself to be similar in my approach. I try to bridge East and West. You know, I am like, Ram Dass was a Western trained psychologist. We have that in common. And later in life, he discovered Eastern philosophies that he was able to kind of meld. He's a complicated guy. Yeah, that's for sure. He was dropping a lot of acid with Timothy Leary, who was also a very complicated guy. I think it was just a generational difference, you know. He was a full-grown adult in the 1970s. It was a different world back then. Anyway, one of the books of his that I read was called Paths to God. And it's a breakdown of the teachings of the Bhagavad Gita through a lens that's understandable to a Western audience. It's a good bridge between Eastern and Western philosophies. Now, I'm not going to tell you that there's a whole PDF of the entire book available online, because that would be disrespectful to the copyright holders, but let's just say that there might be a whole copy of the book available as a PDF on the internet. So whatever you do, don't disrespect the copyright holders. No, could it be that it's right here in the Internet Archive? Has anyone here ever actually read the Bhagavad Gita? Or do that you know anything about it? It is the philosophy that describes the sensation that you get when you're on a powerful psychedelic. That sensation of like oneness, reincarnation, being part of this energy flow, being connected with everything else. It's kind of like that, except as a spiritual concept. And I think where people have a lot of hang-ups is there's a lot of like terminology and references within the Bhagavad Gita that don't really translate very well to a Western audience. You read the Mahabharata? The Mahabharata is the original anime. I mean, it wasn't an anime. It was the original. It wasn't a manga. It was just this long, ongoing, like, almost like a spiritual soap opera. It's one of the longest written texts. And an excerpt from that is the Bhagavad Gita. Specifically, the part where Arjuna is meeting with Krishna on this battlefield. They're meeting on this battlefield, and everyone is here. It's all been building up to this. 15 seasons of content, thousands and thousands of pages of text. All of these legendary warriors, they're all assembled here at this massive final battle. And Prince Arjuna is talking to Krishna, who is the physical embodiment of God. What's going on here? What's going to happen? And Krishna is basically like, Arjuna, I'm going to blow your fucking mind by showing you my true appearance. And then he shows him his true appearance, and it's just this, like, eldritch horror beyond human comprehension. And he's like, yep, that's what the universe is. It's a chaotic mess. However, our light of consciousness allows us to see order and pattern within the static. We're all connected, and we all stem from the same source of light. And I'm like, damn, this book is kind of cooking. It's kind of cooking. But if you aren't familiar with a lot of Eastern references and like cultural references, it's like it might not make a lot of sense. Which is why I like the Ram Dass book, because it makes it much easier to digest as somebody who grew up in a Western culture. How do you weigh that awareness against the rampant needless suffering? That's what tunes me out. We show up and we do it anyway. It's like, sure, they're gonna keep making a mess. There's always gonna be shit to sweep, spills to wipe up, but I'm just glad I have the opportunity to do it anyway. Because it's either the pain of discipline or the pain of regret, and I know which one's worse, in my opinion. I guess it's an opinion. Which one do you want to live with? But you don't have to take my word for it. Check out my man Yoshi 2.0.
I'm not here to chase, I'm here to chase my dream. I already know who I'm meant to be. Journey from birth to death, I'm still in between. I can rest in peace light, and now I do my best indeed. I wanna see how far I can get. Each day I won't miss a step. When I just wanna stay in bed, I close my eyes and ask myself, do you want the pain of discipline or the pain of regret? The pain of progress or the pain of regret? When no one's watching, gotta earn my respect. All along, it's just me versus myself. Opportunities there, but all you do is stare. Say you don't care, but the truth is you don't dare. I know you're still unprepared, but we all got to start somewhere. Everyone's afraid, everyone's scared. Now raise your fist in the air. Failure's temporary, but regret is forever. When it's over, it's now or never. Do you want the pain of discipline or the pain of regret? The pain of progress or the pain of regret? When no one's watching, gotta earn my respect. All along, it's just me versus myself.
The song's been stuck in my head. It popped up on my feed. This is the kind of stuff my algorithm brings me. It's been stuck in my head for the last 2 weeks. Like, what's it gonna be, big boy? Pain of discipline or the pain of regret? And I'm like, damn, got me again. Got me, Yoshi. And he's got a bunch of songs like that. Krishna talks about the fact that you cannot avoid your destiny even if it means you must battle with your own cousins to the death. Oh yeah, yep. I remember bits. I have read the Bhagavad Gita, but like I said, a lot of the references within it are like, you would have to have extensive exposure to like Eastern cultures and history, because there's a lot of references that we just won't get as Westerners. But it is a really cool story. I feel like our human process is the Mahabharata all over the planet right now. I know, it's got me feeling like Arjuna. So yeah, Krishna shows Arjuna the truth of the universe, and then he's like, oh yeah, by the way, you are also me, and I am also you, and we've done this countless times. You just forgot. So get in there, big boy. Let's ride this chariot to battle. Let's do this thing. Yeah, I don't know about you, but I've been Arjuna maxing. This is Arjuna, the main character of at least this part of the Mahabharata. It's actually pretty badass. Massive showdown. Him and all of his cousins, all of these legendary warriors. And then he's just standing there. So the Bhagavad Gita is this part where it's like they're about to go into this final battle and Arjuna's just chilling in his chariot. And he's just having a conversation with God. This is an AI generated picture, but like that's apparently what a lot of these results are, is just like AI slop, so my apologies. And he's just like, God, what the fuck is all this shit? What's this all about? And he's just like, dude, you have no idea. And then he shows him and he's like, what the fuck? He's like, I know, right? Now quit being a bitch and get in there and go fight, because that's what you're supposed to do. A lot of AI out in India. I'm not surprised. I mean, there's a lot of it here too. A lot of spiritual AI I've noticed. I've noticed, tons of Jesus stuff. So it makes sense that you'd also see a lot of it relating to the Bhagavad Gita. Hold on, I wanted to go to the Wikipedia. Arjuna, one of the central characters in the ancient Hindu epic, the Mahabharata. $100,000 verses. It's very long. It's one of the longest written texts. One of the longest epic poems known. Its longest verses contains over 100,000 verses, or over 200,000 individual lines. 1.8 million words, roughly 10 times the length of the Iliad and the Odyssey combined. Now this is a cool picture of it. Interesting to think about. Is it normal to feel completely burnt out from both work and life in general? Lately, every day just feels the same, no matter what happens at work or what's going on around me.
If you're watching this,
Well,
I
need to
have
find
successfully
a video.
completed.
I need to find a video that really encapsulates how I feel about this question, but also just in general. I'm trying to find that clip where it's Eric Andre doing a stand-up, and he's talking about the Epstein files, and he's talking about how they're eating children like corn on the cob. He's like, that's how I feel right now. I'm just like, how are we expected to just participate in this system that is so corrupt and disgusting? How are we supposed to just keep a chipper attitude and just keep eating a shit sandwich with a grin? So does it feel normal to feel burnt out right now? Abso-fucking-lutely it does. Absolutely it does. No, real talk. Real talk? You want some fucking real talk? Like, teen suicides are at record highs. The kids have no hope for the future. They are being failed. We are being failed. We need to do something about it. What I found is that having a spirit of revolutionary optimism, an unwavering belief that we will win and that positive change will happen if we enact it, if we work to enact it together, I find that that helps with the feeling of burnout. And maybe this is me getting too political, but honestly, I'm over not being political when it comes to this type of stuff. Because a lot of our suffering traces directly back to the material conditions under which we're living. Things are getting more expensive. Our government is continuing to kill innocent people overseas. The tech billionaires are destroying small communities by building massive data centers, also that they can increase the AI generated or AI assisted surveillance that they're trying to build. Like, why do you think they're building all these data centers? So that they can keep a closer eye on us. And I have a feeling that all of this stuff combined is weighing on people very heavily. And so is it normal to feel burnt out? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I can guarantee that if you were to wake up tomorrow in a job that paid you fairly, with medical benefits that you didn't have to pay for, or that you paid through your taxes, if you knew that children had access to free education, if you knew that children had access to food, if people had access to affordable housing, you'd be fucking thrilled. You'd be loving life. You are feeling in full the effects of late-stage capitalism. Capitalism is dying a slow, painful death. It's going to do a lot of kicking and thrashing. But don't worry, its days are numbered. Because the many outnumber the money. Like, I'm at the point now where I feel like a bunch of tech billionaires are trying to just kill as many people as they can and then fuck off to Mars to go mine asteroids so that they can obtain unfathomable levels of material wealth. Capitalism is a cancerous blight on humanity. One day, it will be excised. At least that's what the Magic 8 Ball told me. A long time ago, I asked a Magic 8 Ball if I would live to see the downfall of capitalism, and it said with absolute certainty. So who knows? It might be at the end of my life. Maybe it'll be the last thing that I ever hear, but that'll work. I can do that. New room. This has been the room that I've been streaming in. I just don't have my green screen up. You'd be surprised what you can do locally within your own community to institute some real tangible change. You don't have to wait for change to come from the top down. You can make change happen from the bottom up. You know, if there are things that need to happen within your community, organize within your community and help them to happen. It's a lot harder to get stuff passed at a very high level because so many high-ranking public servants are bought and paid for. So if there's any way that we're going to vote our way out of this, it's going to have to be in small local elections that are underneath the radar of the powers that would seek to interfere with those elections. Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but this is more of a statistical assessment. Have you seen the voting statistics for the Kentucky primary? But I need to find a page that isn't ad walled. So, in the state of Kentucky, the incumbent, Thomas Massie, one of the few Republicans that was vocal about pulling support from Israel and also about the Epstein files, was voted out in the most expensive primary of all time. Ed Galrain was given over $15 million in AIPAC support to win this one congressional seat in Kentucky. But what really gets me is the voting stats. Because if you were to compare the amount of voters from this election versus the previous election, or even any previous one, the amount of total voters doubled. There was over double the turnout. And so, I don't know. It's very fishy. The statistic likelihood of that happening is next to zero. For the amount of voters to double in a primary, in a rural Kentucky seat, it just doesn't happen. And so anyway, there's a lot of people saying that this election was possibly stolen. But you know how they get whenever you start talking about election being stolen and conspiracy theories. But I'm just looking at the statistics. It's so improbable. It's like next to 0% chance of it happening. Because stuff like that just doesn't happen. Also, the guy that won had like over 10,000 like mail-in ballots. And so honestly, I'm starting to think that all of those accusations of elections being stolen, I'm pretty sure that they were just admitting what they do. You know what I mean? They're like, we need to get rid of the mail-in voting. They're using it to steal elections. I'm like, are they now? Marjorie Taylor Greene did a she did an interview with Alex Jones. So that's who's talking about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene told Alex Jones that the election was stolen. She's still at it. Isn't it kind of wild that the only Republicans who are anti-Donald Trump are like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson? It's like, what is this right-wing Avengers team that's being put together? This like anti-Trump team. Like, don't get me wrong, I think all of these people suck, but it is funny to see them like going against the president. I'm here for it. I'm not gonna stop them. I'm not gonna get in their way. I would have to do some searching, but there's, you can see the comparison of like how many people voted in this election versus the last election. And it's just, it's fishy. It's real fishy. I'm like, God damn, they spent a record amount of money to unseat this guy. The only Republican who was pushing for the Epstein files to get released. The formerly endorsed, like the president was formerly, like he loved this guy. And now he's like, he's the worst. He's the worst congressman I've ever seen. Trump literally came back to Twitter. He hadn't posted on Twitter in fucking months. And he came back the day of the election to tweet some shit out against Thomas Massie. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm like, I'm gonna let him cook. Like, there's a shift happening in the Republican Party. I was talking about it earlier, but one of the things I like to do when I'm bored is I get on a burner account where I pretend to be a middle-aged, like 50-something-year-old, like, woke Christian guy. And I'll go into, like, right-wing, like, I'll be commenting on, like, right-wing accounts, and I'm just, like, trying to deprogram some of these people. I'm trying to do some good work, alright? I'm trying to secretly infect all of these brainwashed people with the woke mind virus. How's that working for you? We're doing alright. We're doing alright. What you'll notice is that some politicians have like next to no motion on Twitter. They'll get like 5 likes and no comments on their posts. So you can be like the one person in there just being like, here's how much money this person got in APAC donations. You're like their only reply. It's awesome. But yeah, it's fun. Then I go just talk shit on right-wing podcasters. talk shit on Matt Walsh. Like, how's it feel to be Ben Shapiro's whipping boy? Because a lot of you probably don't spend time in right-wing spaces. I do, not because I follow them or I believe in them, but it's because I'm in there trying to, like, sow seeds. You know what I mean? I'm in there trying to, like, help people break free from the brainwashing. But anyway, what you'll see is there's a growing rift in the Republican Party. And there's this meme that I've seen get passed around. It's that clip from, like, have you seen the movie Civil War? Have you seen Civil War? Or there's this clip where he's like, what kind of American are you? I've seen them posting this, except it's like, what kind of Republican are you? Massey or Epstein? And so from what I can gather, the actual support for Trump is at an all-time low. It's just like the evangelical Christians that are left, and there's still way too many of them, but honestly, it's like, what I'm trying to do is, you know, I guess help find a common ground with some of these people who are breaking free from that type of brainwashing so that they can realize that it's not left versus right, that it's up versus down. I'm like, that's the kind of shit I'll be on there posting. When I see people, like, complaining about, like, the Democrats, I'm just like, they're all complicit in it, brother. Two wings of the same bird. We're all in the same boat. They're just trying to distract us by getting us to fight over this kind of stuff. That's the kind of shit I do. But yeah, anyway, the propaganda is just not working. It hasn't been working for a while. I mean, some people are still buying it, but that number goes down every day. The propaganda is at an all-time ineffective. It's just pretty bad. Anything the White House posts, all of the comments are just like, fuck you. Or they're just like pictures of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein. It's like, that's it on every one of their posts. Every one of Stephen Miller's posts. Every one of Laura Loomer's posts. Benny Johnson. Anybody who's still just like bootlicking. Like, they're in it to the end. They are on a sinking ship, and they are gonna go down with the ship. Even though Trump is probably gonna try to find a way to not go down with the ship. I can guarantee that even if he was backed up against a wall, he'd find somebody else to blame. It was actually all Jared. It was that manipulative Kushner. He sold AI-generated content of me to overseas intelligence agencies. He put me into a position. My hands are clean. Also, did you see that Donald Trump isn't gonna go to his son's wedding? He's not gonna go to his son's wedding. He's like, oh yes, my son, someone I've known him for a very long time. He actually did say that, by the way. That's an actual quote. His brain is literally melting, folks. Anybody who's ever spent any time around somebody with dementia, it's like, it's clear as day in Donald Trump. It's really bad. Anybody who's been with anybody who's been around somebody who's in some sort of cognitive decline, it's like, oh yeah. I'm like, why is he allowed access to the nuclear launch codes? I feel like this is a bit irresponsible of us. There needs to be an adult in the room. That's the problem, they got rid of most of the adults in the room. Or like when Joe Kent retired, or he stepped down and he was like the head of the counterterrorism. He stepped down, he resigned, and he's just like, we should not be going to war with Iran. Saw a lot of people posting it's up versus down recently in a fairly divided chat. That's a good one. I've been going back to that one. I find it really does just, it's very simple and direct and it's easy to get behind. It's like, they are a small team, there is a small party, and you are not invited. There's a small club and you're not in it. Looks like clavicular. Donald Trump mugged by Chinese President Xi Jinping. Donald Trump receives a cortisol spike after being mugged. Sometimes Beaver mugs on me. It's a problem. He'll be mogging on me and I'm just like, cut it out. That's enough. That's what I get for that having an orange-pilled cat maxer. Sometimes you get mogged on. My cat does that to me. Cats will do that. They'll mog on you. It happens. Not alone. I thought this verse from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra was interesting. All contact with pleasure, pain, etc. are through the sense organs. Therefore, one should detach oneself from the senses, turn within, and abide in one's own self. Yep. Quiet the mind, open the heart. I feel like my anxiety constantly clings onto my senses, and I want to work on detaching from my own senses and redirect its energy back to myself. For some reason, I always thought ignoring the senses was bad, because if I'm not alert, I would be in danger. So long as we're always aware, we don't have to worry about being alert. Except in those moments when we do need to be alert, but you'll be able to tell when the time for that. I know what, okay, so I'm kind of rambling here, but you kind of find this level of just passive awareness that you have throughout the day. And then in certain moments where it's like, okay, it's serious time, you feel like you can feel it get ramped up. It's like, all right, I'm now in alert mode. One of the times I always feel this is whenever I'm getting into a boat. I'm like, oh, we're going over the water. It's serious time. I'm in a kayak. Serious time. I want to flip the boat. When we really cling to our anxiety, it's like being stuck in that alert mode all the time. Anxiety. It's kind of like our body's radar system. It's always scanning the environment. looking for potential threats, potential dangers. Anxiety keeps us locked in that fight, flight, survival mode. And like you said, it can feel irresponsible if we let our guard down. I can't ever let my guard down. Otherwise, something might happen, something might hurt me. This is a good verse because it really simplifies the goal of meditation. Just finding peace through detachment. But detachment feels scary. I don't want to let go. I don't want to not cling. I might need this. It might be an idea that I'm clinging to. It might be a feeling that I'm clinging to. It might be a physical object that I'm clinging to. But I feel like I can't let it go. I can't put it down because I might need this. But in order to step into yourself, to reach that deepest level of yourself, you have to be detached from everything else. Reminds me of another passage from ancient Mesopotamia. Let me find it real quick. There is it's a tale from ancient Mesopotamia, and it's the story of the goddess Ishtar as she descends into hell, and she has to pass through these 7 gates, and as she passes through each one of the gates, she has to detach from a different aspect of herself. And so I find it really interesting that this concept of detaching from oneself so that you can pass through the gates it's something that's existed for thousands of years. Kind of interesting. You see it pop up in different folklores, different myths, different philosophies. If you want to go in, you gotta be still. You go really deep into meditation, you reach a point where you might find that physical sensation is a distraction. You know, and so it ties into this verse, you know, all contact with pleasure, pain, etc. Those are all things that distract me from truly seeing the truth. Interesting. Interesting. Anyway, that's just the kind of stuff I like to think about. There is an infinite universe that exists outside of us, but there is also an infinite universe that exists within each one of us. So when you turn your attention inwards, it might surprise you just how big it is and how much stuff there is in there. Some stuff might scare you, but other things might fill you with splendor. You never know. Alrighty, I'm thinking it's just about dinner time. Chat, I think it's just about dinner time for me. I think I'm gonna go do some cooking. Make some shrimp Alfredo. Maybe there's a way to stay detached and still have control over your physical body. Now you're talking. What you'll notice is that if you get really good at detachment, you might sometimes have a hard time staying attached. Detachment is just another thing that you can get fixated on. I try to find that balance of attachment and detachment. Anything I don't need, I can let go of. But it's okay to hold on to some stuff while I'm here. That's kind of the whole point. It's kind of the whole point of having a physical, material life is interacting with it, being a part of it, connecting and growing with it. I'm attached to my attachment to attachment. That's just your anxiety talking. Anxiety has a way of tricking us into thinking that we need to be attached to everything. It's the little squirrely part of our brain that likes to make sure that we have enough nuts stored away for the winter. Maybe we don't hoard stuff. Maybe we don't hoard nuts. Maybe we hoard ideas. Maybe we store feelings. Maybe we've just got a whole bunch of stuff packed away. It might be nice to go through it, see what you don't need, see what you've outgrown, see what you're ready to drop off at the donation center. Practicing detachment, it feels like letting your mind off the leash. It feels like a step outside. You're like, wow, I didn't realize I was in such a tiny room. Meditation is all about creating more space for yourself. Space for yourself within your mind. You've got a lot of thoughts clogging it up in there. It might be nice to make some space. And guess what? When you make more space within your mind, you now have room to let other people in. This ties back to a question that we had earlier in the stream about, emotional bandwidth. We've only got so much bandwidth at any given point in time. And if we've got too much going on in our life, it makes it very difficult to have a proper emotional response to what's going on in other people's life. We get really caught up in our own stuff. Makes it harder to appreciate other people's stuff. So anyway, when you meditate, you're not just doing it for you, you're doing it for everyone that you care about, because you're making more room for them too. Wouldn't that be nice? To have more room in your mind for the people that you love, including yourself. I won't make any money on selling meditation to you, but I'm gonna keep trying to sell it to you anyway. Alright, everybody, I'm gonna go make some dinner. I will see you all later. You all have a good night. Don't forget to check us out in the Discord if you're not in there already. I'll see you all later. Have a good night. Bye-bye. I'm trying to be the most useful stream on Twitch. I'm out here trying to help people make their lives a little bit easier. And I think we do a pretty good job. So spread the word. I'm not big on advertising myself, so a lot of our growth has just been through word of mouth. I appreciate you. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. Okay, bye-bye.